Good morning, chat. I can tell the days are getting better for me. At least I'm somewhat consistently streaming, even though not many people are showing up. Uh, but it's easy to keep going when you're there. When there's a lot of people. Hey, Lofar. Hope you enjoy radio sounds. I couldn't decide if I should put background music on today or not. I still don't have the microphone. I'm literally just using the laptop mic, so I get a little bit of a feedback issue. Okay, so I have that on the wrong view. Yeah, it's definitely been a fairly rough time. Like, I literally watch my stream flicker. Oh, it's probably the window capture. I've had problems with this on Mac OS before. Like, there's there's a fair bit of garbage. Yeah. So, for those who haven't been following the saga, I'm a licensed amateur radio operator. What you're actually hearing in the background, assuming the stream is working as intended, is live APRS packets. It's 1200 baud, AX25 frames. So the last stream I have unlisted. I have to edit a small part out of it. I have to blur out a password. Um, it's not one. It's like not a critical password. It's the one for the APRS iGate, which I consider it bad practice to show it on screen, even though it is easily accessible. It's not because it's generated by algorithm. So maybe I should just not care. Like, realistically speaking, if you are going to dig through a video for a password, one that you can find out from an algorithm, it's like learning to stream every day has been something of an interesting experience. All right, so what I really want to do is I want to see if I can squawk out an APRS packet. In theory, I have the code to do this basically right here. Let me bring up VS Code. Oh, you know what? That's why it's flickering. Hold on. It's because of how macOS does full screen. So we have the main function here, and I found some boilerplate for setting up SQLite because I know I'm going to need it, but not just yet. So I will note that I'm not very good at programming in Rust. I've done one major Rust project in the past. I wrote about 5,000 lines of code. I had a kind of a love-hate relationship with it at the time, but it had just hit 1.0. So I have learned from experience that I don't like Go. Like, I've done quite a few projects at Go, and Mixer mostly ran on Go. I really hate it as a programming language. It's so easy. Yeah, no, I mean, I understand why people like it, but I find for more complex use cases, it gets in the way. You just end up repeating yourself far too much, and it just gets annoying. The problem is I find Rust goes way too much in the other direction, so... Alright, let me see here. So this opens up the TNC, which is the Terminal Node Controller. It's the interface between the computer and the actual radio, which is a Yatsu FT8570. And it will encode the packets in AFSK 1200 baud. It's the same thing that comes out of a regular analog modem. The whole network is still analog. And will probably remain that way just because there's such a large install base that, combined with the fact that it works, there are some advantages to analog broadcasting over digital. Well, I shouldn't say that because AX25 is a digital mode. But how do I describe this? You can sometimes retrieve packets in other cases you wouldn't. There are better modes than APRS, but it's very simple to decode. Okay, there we go. That's that train of thought derailed. Alright, let me make sure I have the chat up. Come on. Hey, chat. Alright, so let's actually run the code as it is right now. So this should basically be where I left the last stream off. It's going to just download cargo stuff. Because I was fiddling with it last night, so I added some additional dependencies. Because ultimately speaking, I think the most bang for my buck I can have if I'm running this on a radio and on a Raspberry Pi that is driving around the country is, why don't I see how many different stations I hear? Because one of the biggest things that I always hear in ham radio space is that that no one is on the air. And realistically speaking, one of the problems with that is a ground station will very frequently not hear a car. With digipetion, it is possible to hear it, but you're really only hearing the digipeater. You're not actually hearing anyone in particular. I've been keeping an eye on my station statistics on APRS FI, but APRS FI does data deduplication. The whole APRS network does. So you don't get an accurate count of what you're hearing or not hearing. I know from a fact, just looking at my logs, that I'm hearing much more than what APRS FI is doing, but I don't have a way to tabulate that data. Like, I can get a printout in Xaster, but Xaster is Ancient Motif app that is not very flexible. And also, it's not good, like, there's no database in Xaster, it's just a viewer tool. So, if I can have the packets logged to a SQLite database, I could then run analytics. I could also send QSL cards. Like, that is an old school amateur radio tradition. For those who don't know, let me make sure it's QSL. QSO is ham lingo for two-way contact, but QSL means that you're hearing someone else's signal. Yeah, QSL card. I'll drop the Wikipedia link for it. Yeah, it is APRS. I tried doing two-way AX25. It fell over during negotiation. The simple fact of the matter is the handheld cannot do this on Vox. I'm not even convinced the base can do this on Vox, but I am crossing my fingers that it will. But right now, I'm trying to stay somewhere where basics and technicians could actually do this. I don't want you, like, let's be honest, if you're going to go for the trouble of getting a signal link, I don't know, it's like, a lot in ham radio is very frustratingly... I have very mixed feelings about the hobby, let me put it like that. It's, in some ways it's very pay to win, in other ways it's very rewarding, but the flip side is, I was listening to CW Conversation the other day. I'm just trying to get myself warmed up. I'm really kind of, like, let's actually try and do something. So this is actually, this makes database and then quits. Did I not save the file? Okay, so let's run cargo run. So it would be TNC TCP kiss 126.0.10 8001, and that'll connect to Direwolf on the Pi. So next time we hear a decode, it should pop up below if everything is hunky-dory. Bingo! Okay, so that's a packet coming out. So the way APRS works is we need to set the source, we need to set the destination. So let's just see if we can squawk a packet. I'm going to see if we have like an actual, I'm assuming we have an actual APRS library. Like, how far did it, yeah, I have AX, let me see what I have in there. Like, let's see if we can actually shoot out a packet and hear it on the Chromebook. Because the Chromebook can still, I can still do AX25, I just can't do keyboard to keyboard. I know these two can hear each other, it just can't handle the turnover fast enough. So utilities for packet radio, blah, 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 blah. All right, what do we have here? So, okay, so here's the frame. So is there example code here? Because that's really what I want. Alright, so this is decoding frame. Receive, unwrap. Alright, so in the actual code, as we see it right now, we get a frame here, but I'm not sure how I declare that. This was one of the problems I really had with Rust. It really... I do have the add-on installed, right? I always felt like the tooling was not 100% that, like... with the official extension, it'll be better, but... One of the things that has long kept me on Python is the fact that I almost never have to actually open the docs up. I have a right click and I can get right to the code that's running and I can derive it from that. It makes it go so much easier. All right, yeah, okay, so that's going to do that. Okay, so now I'm also going to get warnings, and from here, what do I actually end up getting? Okay, there we go. All right, so I get a receiver. Again, AX20, that is not what I wanted. Okay. It's apparently wanting to improve the code. I mean, this is the example of code that comes with it. Right, because it wants to assign variable types, I guess. Go to definition. Okay, here we go. So AX25 frame, source, destination, route. I believe that's the APRS route, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Actually, we should try decoding that first. Because it print and L's the frame. So let's see if we can actually print an L. Route. So is this how APRS actually encodes that? Because I've never actually tried doing packet level stuff before. Does not implement display. Oh, that would have been nice. I think I have to loop on it. Alright, I am going to be literally Googling half of what I'm doing because I don't remember the syntax to Rust. Okay, so it would be... vector loop. I'm just going to copy the example code I'm looking at directly. Like, if you're learning a new language, shortcuts like this actually go a long way. Because it lets you see it, do it, and then modify it. Like, there's some people who think that using Google is like cheating. The way my personal opinion on it is you should understand the theory, you should read the documentation, but don't make life harder for yourself than you actually need to. So that... Why are you complaining? Evaluation type... Oh, right. Because that's how Rust handles the return. Right. You know, I remember that's. I think I first saw this like type of notion in PowerShell. So it's going to iterate on that. Let me do. So let me put a print al because it's not going to be a vec. It's going to be a vec route entry. Which becomes an address, which becomes a... Oh, man, that is going down a rabbit hole. Okay, I didn't realize the frame was that complicated. Okay. I think the right place to start is actually just making a pretty printer for the frame. Because I have to make sure I actually know what I'm doing. So let's define. Also, can we like fix that? Thank you. All right, so QSL was when you receive a signal from another station. I got completely distracted. I just saw that on chat. Give me a sec, because I actually do need to look this up. I can't seem to multi-thread my brain. Let me get the Rust programming book. Because I'm going to keep that up on the other monitor. Yep, here we go. Rust programming book. Ownership, function, another function, parameters. Right, so ELB frame, AX25, do is receive now, frame, we'll move this to here. I want to get like an actual like start before I get too far. So print frame. Or I need to print a reference to frame, no? This function takes 2 arguments, but 1 was supplied. Frame is a data type, isn't it? All right, so for handling expressions, so QSL cards are signal received. Like if I hear a signal loud and clear, some stations, this was more common back in the days of shortwave. Like if you could hear Radio Moscow in the United States and you could send them a card to report that you've received them, and they'll send you back a receipt of that. The BBC did that. Radio. There was quite a few shortwave broadcasters, but that was basically the point of the QSL card was so the station knew how far it was being heard. Because remember, this is stuff that predates the internet. This is we're talking 1930s is where some of this was figured out. I don't actually remember when AM broadcast. When did AM broadcasting actually begin? (1906). Okay, so we are actually talking about something that is more than 120 years old, and radio itself goes back further. Spark gap. All right, so function with a data type. So here's so what exactly is frame? I'm assuming frame is. Let's go up because I'm dealing. Frame context, frame content, frame implementation, frame address. Of course, I use a library that has like no documentation. Why am I not? Well, I mean, let's be honest. It literally is a bunch of amateurs. Very few people do this. Like, I'm lucky that I don't have to like do this myself. I was pretty sure someone would have written this, but the APRS library is incomplete. So, display for format. Here we go. Frame too short. Protocol identifier. Mostly from AX2 to type 2 spec. Sorry, I have to keep it on the other screen large so the stream can see it, but it's actually really hard when you're trying to scroll through it. Implementation address. So it's actually probably at the bottom of the file because I think, yeah, here it is. AX25 frame. A strongly typed representation of a single AX25 frame. So there we go. Now, are you missing type for parameter Rust analyzer expected? None. Okay, so okay, right. It's similar. It's not quite Python. So because I'm not declaring this as immutable, so it's just going to get passed as is. So print. Okay, this is starting to come back to me. So, all right. So have I successfully managed to break that out into its own function? Cool. Okay. All right, so that works. So let's start with just printing out. What do I have to do to get the source out? So you give SSID and call sign. I probably should change this to using Rust to decode messages over the radio. Actually, I think I am going to make that little edit. Because I realize I think I need to do this first before... Okay, so it's... Okay, I see the call sign. Does the actual AX25 frame have both the call sign and the SSD? That actually makes sense, but it's not how I think of it. Because normally... No, okay. Yeah, look. The call sign sent and then the SSID sent. That's how I thought it worked. The SSID on AX25 is essentially a port number. It works exactly the same way. Now, in certain cases, you're going to send AX25 frames that do not correspond to a call sign. The protocol only allows 6 characters as the call sign, and there are places in the world that issue more. Which means those type of stations usually have to resort to a Morris beacon from time to time, because that would be recognized, and it shouldn't affect encode decode that much. Okay. Well, I kind of want. So what I kind of want to do is the problem with vintage computing and putting it on the internet is it's a 30-year-old system with no bug fixes. But what if I put it on 44net? There's nothing legally saying I can't do that. It's period correct, and ultimately speaking, I'm happy to run an amateur. I would be happy to see packet BBS that is running on an old system. I don't know if I can actually pull that off, but radio was the internet started on radio. Ampernet, TCP/IP was originally used on Ampernet before it was used on APRNet. And MIT ran the 44/8 gateway, which connected amateur radio internet to APRNet in the era when both systems had non-commercial requirements on it. The two could exchange messages freely. That's not true anymore, but amateur radio basically has, I don't want to say a firewall, but we live in our own little IP space called 44. Part of it got sold off to Amazon, but we still have a /9 and a /10. So, well, the thing is that if you're willing to use the internet, a lot becomes possible, but trying to use the internet on ham radio gets a lot of people angry. Like I sort of am debating if I would want to do a stream just popping into Echolink, but okay, so that's a start. So I hear call sign, I hear SSID. What else do I actually get in the frame? Because what I think I want to do is I'd want to print this out as like a comma-separated list. Actually, you know what? Let me see if I understand how to... Let me look up how the println format. So println formatting Rust. So if I were to do this, I assume this works the way I think it works. Fortunately, I don't have to make any test data here. I just have to wait a few moments. There's so much in the local area. I say that. Damn it, squawk. Chat. Oh, there we go. Okay, cool. So that works exactly as I thought. So there's the data. So what else do I actually care about in the frame? I don't think I actually care about anything else except maybe the payload. Actually, no, I don't. I care about more than that. I definitely care about more than that. So I care about where it's going. So I'll denote that like this. So what else do I have here? I have source, I have call sign. Okay, so nothing else there. I assume I have a destination. Yeah, I do. So call sign. That doesn't work right because there's going to be a bunch of stations that don't have an SSID here, but let's just see what that does. I'll be right back. Nice bit of tea in the morning. All right. Okay, so it does actually show SSID 0. Traditionally, SSID 0 doesn't actually get shown, but I actually find it helpful notationally because it makes everything look a lot more consistent. So with APRS, if the packet starts... Like, see, I don't think this is an APRS packet right here. It's being transmitted, like... Let me put this on APRS FI. Is this actually being decoded by the network, or is that just like a garbage scam product? No, it is actually being decoded. Oh, you know what? That must be a specific type for trackers. So the destination field, and then the question is, can we decode an APRS packet out of that? I don't think there's a Rust APRS decoder. There is an APRS. Let me see. Let me look at the. I saw an APRS encoder. Because that's why I thought maybe we'll make some sounds come out of it, and maybe we still will. The rules in Europe are fairly similar to those in the U.S. It's largely all international treaty at this point. While some places like the UK foundational license have limitations on data modes, I mean, it really comes down to how hard it is. You know, it comes down to dedication more than anything else. All right. You know what? Let me just see if I can send a frame to myself. So let's, I guess I think the original... I'm going to say, I'm going to put back to send messages over the radio. All right, so fend send frame. So I'm going to need the frame, and I'm going to need... I'm not going to actually go that way. I'm going to let's just create a basic frame because I don't even know how this is going to look. So let's put, we need let frame AX25 frame source call sign KD2JRT. Can I assign a stack like that? I don't think I can. No, I think it would be address. Expected function, found strut address. Oh, you just want a string. Like, I don't have to do anything else. Okay, well, that's easy. See, this is one of the things that drove me a little bit crazy with Rust was how it does strings. Expected string found str. Right, because... Is it string new? I think I'm going to have to look in the manual in a moment. Alright, hold on. I actually have to look in the manual. I cannot remember how this works. Oh, it's string from. Okay. Let frame. It's not new. How do I allocate a new copy of the object? I almost feel not smart enough. See, this is my other problem with Rust, is I never feel smart enough programming in it. Yet I also know that I've written functional code in Ada, and it's like, okay then? Okay, flow control, ownership, struts. Defining an insting. Okay, let... That's how you do it. That's how you do it. Okay. Let frame equal AX25 frame. Source. Kitty2JRT. Oh, that needs to be an address, doesn't it? Oh, that's actually, that's a bit more involved than I realized. I mean, literally, this is layer 2, so, like, alright, so let's source address, call sign, SSID 0. Okay, so why don't you like that? Oh, it's... Expected semicolon. Does this work? Expected comma. Oh, do you need a trailing comma in all cases? No. Missing field, source, destination. Oh, hold on. Source would be address. Source. Hold on. Call sign. SSID. Because we're sending this from the primary station. What else are you missing? C-bit. What the hell is a C-bit? I have absolutely no idea. Okay, I need to look this back. What the hell is a C-bit? Is there example code for this? There's a bunch of test data. Yeah, of course not. Like, that would be far too easy. Yeah, it's even binary blob test data. Okay, so that's lovely. All right. AX25 protocol. It's the 2.2 specification. Okay. Last updated 1998. All right. What is C-bit? Flag field, address field, control field. Okay, so that's control field. What does that do? It defines the type of frame being passed. Okay, no, that is actually important because APRS is a specific frame type. It is a wait. It's 1 or 2 ocklets in length. Its encoding is described in 7.1. But the address field is both the source of the frame and its destination. Well, we're still in the address field, so let's just see what it has to say here. Alright. I have absolutely no idea what I'm looking at. I kid you not. I'm looking at this and I'm just kind of, my eyes are... SSID is a 4-bit integer that uniquely identifies multiple stations using the same match or call sign. Here it is. The HDLC address field is extended beyond 1 octet by least significant bit. The extension bit of each ocklet is set to 0 to indicate the next ocklet contains more address information, or the last bit... I think we set that to false, because our call sign fits... well, my call sign. I shouldn't say our call sign. So I think that's valid. Field is oh, is it a private field? Like, I don't set that one? Can't Can't construct address with struct literal syntax due to private fields. Okay, so I can't do it that way. Okay, so that does not work. So how do you actually allocate one of these? Format display from string. Okay, that's how you do it. So from test to test, route. So what exactly is route? So it's a vec of route entries. So vec route entry from. I think we can just do an empty. I think we can just give it an empty vec because I don't want to route this packet. So what comes next? So that's the route entry. Command or response. So this is a command. And then frame content. I'm assuming that's a UB8. Nope, it is... Oh boy. So, I know it's a UI frame. Which is unnumbered information. Okay, so how do I actually, like, generate a frame? Let me look at what the live stream's at. Wow, 40. Address from string. I mean, alright, so let me figure out how content works. So parse content. Bytes. So it wants a byte field. I need to turn I basically need to turn a string to a U8. So I think I can just do test as bytes. I think that's valid. Is that happy? I think that's happy, chat. Almost. Well, I think that had the syntax broken, and then it's hold on. Is that? Expected address found string. I'm mostly looking at the code of how it works because I feel like my brain is. So you have a from bytes that generates the stream. You can parse context. Oh, here it is. New simple UI frame. Okay, there was an actual function for this. Construct a basic unnumbered information connection list frame with chosen data. Yeah, okay, so that looks like this is all that supports, but that's all I really need. Like, if I really needed, like, a full framework, because AX25 defines a lot of modes. This crate obviously is not a full implementation from what I can tell, because I only see, yeah, it's only really just the basics, but for what I need, let me just comment this out. I am definitely not doing very well with Rust. Let me make sure I know how implementations work correctly. Like, this is the first time I've been coded in Rust in a really long time. I don't even know where my old code is, because maybe if I read my own code, I might understand it. But a lot of what my experience with Rust was the first time around was I was staring at the documentation trying to figure out the very cryptic syntax. Okay. So you have an implementation, but do you not instance it? I think you just instance the strut. I mean, that feels... Let frame AX25... There was a default... So implementation of... Okay, so if the function is implementation of AX25 frame, it's a public structure. And this is not a static... Okay, so what is address give? So implementation default for AX25 frame. So So I should just be able to instance AX25 frame, no? Let frame AX25 frame like that. And then print frame frame. Like if I've been doing this the hard way, frame is here but is not initialized. Okay, so frame so to call an implementation, okay, so this is all default. A numbered information. All right, so this is showing me how basically a default frame is allocated. Actually, that is useful. Hold on, let me copy paste that. I'm really showing how good of a programmer I am. ... question mark. It's like, in some ways I feel like I'd make more progress with Python, but I really just don't want to do Python, and for better or worse. So, I assume I have the syntax highlighting. Which, so you're closing here. Let frame equal... I'm assuming you're going to just complain about this. Can I just do this? I'm assuming not. Like, I really wish they provided some example code on how you use the blasted thing. There is an in-code APRS module I saw. Let me see if it uses this. Alright, you are here, here. Nope, this completely just generates the frames from scratch. Which in some way, I mean, if you're just going to do an APRS packet and not actually care about decoding it, yeah, that's a quick and dirty way to do it. So, great. No documentation. Well, the problem is I did try Python. I had broken libraries, and broken libraries. Like, nothing was working with the modern Python. I had Python installed from Homebrew. I actually did try this with Python originally. And it was like, this has been my experience every time I deal with Python, that if the library isn't up to date, it just goes to shit. But I have to admit, I'm also remembering kind of why I disliked Rust. I haven't touched Rust in a very long time. And, like, I remember it being... The thing with Rust is it makes it harder to shoot yourself in the foot, but it also can be damn near impossible to not understand it. And I want to see if like, let me stick it out for now. So we have workflows, Rust YAML. Yeah. Okay, so that just checks things. I don't really care about that. So there is test data, but you don't include... What other crates does this person have? That looks like about it. Updated on June 2nd. Like, I shouldn't be this stymied trying to read someone else's code or use it. So, like, there's a function here. Yeah, implement function format display for AX25 frame, which handles the generic default printing. Match stuff, lossy, index clone, none, blah, 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 blah. And then, like... See, this is also working with the Linux AF packet stack. How long have it... Okay, so I've been at this for an hour, and I'm already having feelings of hopelessness. But... No, that's actually how I feel right now. I have feelings of hopelessness. This is working the frame. So I know how to receive a frame, because I can unwrap it, I can decode it, but I can't seem to create it. Let me look at the TNC, because I believe the TNC module, the AX TNC module, actually had an example of how you send. So there's send frame. TNC. Send frame, AX25 frame. Right, which is from this package. Okay, so this is actually the same package. Although I just realized I'm not used... I just realized something's missing. Use AX25. More specifically... I need... AX25 frame. Uh, 134. Oh, no. Okay, I have it up there. I just happened to split. Okay, so here we go. Now it's starting. Use AX25 frame, address, AX25 frame. So if address, unused imports, route entry... So I think what I have to do... What am I doing wrong to initialize this? It says pub struct address, call sign SSID, implement clone, returns a copy of the value, clone from, format. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me try this. Address default. Is this a valid allocation? Like, are you going to complain about this? I know there's a default type. If there was a trait named example with the associated type... Okay, so no, that's a strut. I feel like I'm just making an idiot of myself on camera, but at least I feel like I have energy today. Alright, so when we look back at the big old book of Rust... Like, I have a very simple goal today. I want to send a frame. And I'm going to try and stay on that. So, really, I have to figure out how to make a structure. Defining an initiating. Let user1 equal address. Did that actually work? Well, let me see if that actually compiles, because the analyzer... So no, it's a private field, so you can't construct it that way. It's like you're not supposed to use this API. It's what it feels like. Or whoever built this library didn't... So, default... I can't initialize it. So can you just, like, not send packets then? I look at chat. Chat's probably been yelling at me. Let destination be new. All right, let me try that. No new. Basically, it's not letting me initialize it because it's private address fields, but it seems to need this unless I can. Can I just initialize the frame then? Maybe it just wants me to initialize a frame. Let's see here. New frame. Because the term frame is actually used. Equals AX25 frame. Default for address. I really hate that there's absolutely no example code. It looks like a file's missing because they have a bunch of test data, but no actual code. All right, impel. I don't think this supports encoding AX25 frames. I mean, I'm starting to look at this. There's no way to initialize a frame. Oh no, here it is. Encode 2 bytes. Parse address. Results address or frame error. Okay, hold on. There's a parse address field. You take in 8 bytes. Call sign string, parse iframe, parse sframe, parse UI frame, parse content, PID test. From stir for address. So that should exist. Do I need to import... I feel like I'm going around in circles, chat. Debug, clone, partial EQ. That's okay. That's not what I need. Let me look at the AX25 frame. Debug, clone, partial EQ, EQ, initialize from bytes. Okay, so if I want to initialize it from bytes, construct a new... Nope. Source address. Because there doesn't seem to be a way to satisfy it. Well, actually, no. Hold on. Let me look very closely at how this code is composing a frame. Maybe I'm not completely off from here. So I know for this route, looking at the code on the other screen, they initialize route as this. Content, frame content. Expected option. Oh, I think... Okay, so are you a bool? Are you secretly... No, you need optioned... See, I put the stream up saying it's going to be Rust, but I'm starting to go a little bit... Alright, if I get to noon my time and I have gone no closer, I will throw in the towel and I'll use something else. iCargo added it. It's the AX25RS package. When was the last release? 2 months ago was the last commit. The last actual release. More convenient send-receive interfaces for messing around with UI frames. Alright, hold on. Let me just do Rust AX25 and just see if anyone's actually used this for anything. Like, free versions. AX25 TNC. It's been downloaded a bunch of times, but it doesn't actually seem to get a whole lot of use. Actually, the version on GitHub might be actually AX25 supports no STD environments. Is from 12 months ago, and the version on GitHub. Right, okay, so those functions don't exist because they don't exist in the released version of the library. Uh, Alright, well that explains it. Alright, hold on. Let me decrease the font size so I can actually like skim through this a lot easier. Like, let's try 18. Like, okay, yeah, I can read that. I can read that a lot easier. Alright, so address from string address. We get from string. Alright, so that's a none. I can set that as none. Yep, that's valid. Okay. Alright, that is... That is... Okay, so we figured out how to make that one happy. Route is a... Do you require route? You do require route. So that should be vec new like that, because it's an empty array. Hey, look, that one's happy now. Oh, chat, look, we're actually making progress. Implement from string. Alright, so that's a little bit less unhappy. From string. So it doesn't like that, but it's closer to what it actually needs. So for content, I believe this is also an array, so we're just going to do that. Nope, doesn't like that. It wants a frame content. I have no idea what goes in here. Unnumbered information. PID info or... Nope, that doesn't help. So actually parsing the frame isn't all that difficult. Because it's actually what we're doing with our test code already is we're basically parsing the frame data. So yeah, it is actually doing that. Parse content. I just really need to figure out how to make a frame. Well, there is a little code that makes this a little bit nicer on GitHub. So let me look at the GitHub code that isn't here but exists on GitHub. Okay, so the way they're doing it here, unnumbered information, frame content, unnumbered information, PID, protocol identifier, none. Yes, you can actually send Apple Talk over AX25. There's some really fascinating ones. Vec, new. Let's see here. Frame content. Info. Oh, I guess I can just do... I can just do that, because an empty vector would be a valid thing here, and then polar final is false. And then I can close that. And then... I think I'm missing a bracket somewhere. Content, and then I think I need a comma. Something is eating... Alright, it's still not happy about those. Okay. So, we've now figured out how to do the frame. We figured out how to do the address. We have to figure out how to make an address it's happy with. But I'm starting to actually get a feel for... It's starting to... A combination of me remembering it and a combination of getting a feel for the language again. It's like... I mean, you're doing address from string right here. Why? From string for address, parse error, string result, string error. From string, value literal, string K2JRT. I have to implement. I have to import. Hold on. Oh, I need to use STD. I need the standard library, don't I? Hey, chat, we have an unused variable called frame. So test frame. Like, does this actually exist and be something we can, like, you know, do stuff with? Alright, so I can't compile it yet. 54. Okay, you can build it. Fred panicked on 4545. Invalid format. Oh, does it need -0? It might need -0. Yep, yep. It actually does. Okay, interesting. That is a kind of a weird quirk, because normally you don't write the 0. That's just considered to be the default port. Yeah, the crate doesn't have it has example data, but it has no actual test harness. And the code on GitHub is has methods that don't exist here. Okay, that is actual progress. So I should be able to bleep this out of the radio now. So instead of doing this, let's do receiver send, or all right, so how do we send a packet? I know how to receive a packet. Can I actually send a packet now? TNC equal... I mean, you know what? I almost wonder if what I should do is make it so you can interact with APRS messages as a IMAP interface, or more realistically, a POP interface would make more sense. That would actually be really cool, because then I could just get my messages and see if they work. And POP3 is still pretty commonly used. So how do I actually get packet? So we now have build packet. How do I pop packet on network and make packet go boom? Okay, so I need the TNC part. So you open the TMC, you have the send frame. God, what is with this project not having, like... Alright, so we have TNC... Create new receiver. Receive a copy of all incoming frames. Send frame. Transmission is not guaranteed even if an OK result is sent, because it's radio. So send frame. And then we'll just unwrap, because I believe that'll make it crash if it doesn't actually, if it's not unwrappable. And we just need to send the address of it. That might be all I actually need to do. Let me get it off the main APRS frequency. All right. We're on a different frequency. Let's blast it. Let me see if the transmit light even lights up. I did not see the transmit light go on. It may have done it so quickly I didn't see it, but let me get on the Pi and see what the TNC says. Because the TNC has its own log file. Oh no, it did actually send it. There is a transmission log entry. I just don't know if it may have been so fast we couldn't have seen it. Let me get Direwolf running on the Chromebook and let's see if we can actually hear it. For this, we're going to need the squelch on the handheld open. This is
frequency mode menu squelch. Confirm.
Alright. That's squelch on the handheld open. Let's see if we can hear a packet. That was a packet, chat. That was an actual packet. Alright, let's see if we can decode it now. Oh, I didn't want to kill Direwolf there. Alright, so let's plug this into the Chromebook. Okay. Alright, so with that plugged in, let me get on Chromebook. Direwolf, handheld. Okay. Let me bring the thing up in the stream. Studio mode, HDMI in. Let's see if it hears it. Chat, that is successful transmission. That is actual successful transmission. Oh, that is actually a Rust. That is working. That is a Rust packet transmitted into the void. That sucked. That absolutely sucked to do. But I can do more from here. Okay. I'm going to take a brief break. I will put regular radio noises on because I want to get to the point that I can run a beacon. And I want to see if that beacon can be heard on the general purpose network. chat. I'm gonna make a quesadilla for myself, and I will be back at 10:20, maybe 10:15. But that is an actual success. Oh, I am really happy about that. Actually, you know what? No, I'll do it after I eat. I'll post it on Mastodon. Honestly, okay, I just I just turned the heat off, so it's just cooking off the pan now. The idea of hooking up a mail client to APRS packets actually really interests me, because that means APRS could be basically used as a poor man's win link, as more as a real time messenger. Because one of the biggest problems of using APRS is the software sucks, because you can basically run it as an inbox. Yeah, I think the first thing we need to do is we need to make it beacon. I'm currently sitting here as I'm just getting everything prepared. Oh man, I'm running a bit later than I expected. Okay. But people are still here, so this is good. So we have a guy. So let me bring up the. I still have my food to actually eat. But we've gotten to the point that we can now transmit a single frame. So I think I want to build the infrastructure to let it beacon. But I think we've got. This is a very good starting point. I think what I want to do is I want to see if I can transmit an APRS frame, and then maybe I'll call it there. But we'll see. I'm not quite there yet. I'm back. Food is eaten. I've got a fresh pitcher of tea. And most of you are still here, which I'm really happy about. Okay. So, obviously, it didn't decode anything because it needs the APRS has specific call signs. Okay, that's a bit weird, but okay. APRS has specific call signs. I need the actual APRS specification. That's used as a version identifier string. So there is a specific field for experimental. Okay, so the AX25 destination field contains the version number of the APRS software running at the station. Can be useful when debugging. So this needs to be APZ, and then it's supposed to be the version number, so this will be 000. So that would make it a valid, that would basically make it, it puts the decode string, there's unknown data type indicator, and then the content is a vector 8 of stuff. So ASCII, so these type of things can be encoded as strings. Let me get on the. I was testing making custom data packets the other night, so let me also turn squelch off on the handheld just so it doesn't kill its battery. The extended batteries are good, but they're, they still have their limitations. What is the IP address over on this thing? 203. Okay. Because I might have a pre-composed packet. Nope, I apparently deleted those lines without writing them down because I am Wile E. Coyote, super genius. Okay, so what is the actual minimum stuff that I need to make a valid packet? Like, what is the absolute legal limit I can put as a packet? You know what? Let me take the digit. You know what? I know exactly what to do. Hold on. I just had a big brain moment. Let me shoot a packet from the Chromebook to the Pi, because that will be a valid packet, and then I can just modify it slightly. So, oh, and you hear the Morse beacon. All right, so I want this to be KD215. I don't know if I'm going to use that one permanently, but this is experimental station is really experimental. Let's turn off sending the frame just for now. You can stay as vec new because we're not ready for you quite yet. Alright, so let's bleep a frame out. I said let's send a frame out. Transmit now. Oh, why is Direwolf being like this? Okay, it just needs to be restarted. This is the other reason why... Okay. There we go. So that's a frame that came out. So let's just take this. So you know what? We can literally just take it like that. Copy. And can we just do as bytes? I'm assuming that doesn't work. Found as bytes. Can I change it to a vec? I guess to vec. I guess that is legal. Okay, that actually looks like it might work. Chat, if this works first try, I'm going to be absolutely stumped. All right, let's beep it out and let's see if it actually works. Uh... Here goes nothing. Oh, the Chromebook didn't hear it. Damn it. These handhelds are not great for this. I really think I'm going to have to buy a second base, which I'm kind of trying not to do, but I think I'm going to have to do. They are handy, though. Oh, wait. You know, it helps if you save the file. Right, it's Apple S, not... Right, I'm not hearing anything. Yes, I have my license. I'm a licensed amateur. Wait, I unplugged the radio and it decoded? What? The radio is actually in my hand. It's not plugged into the laptop. What is Direwolf listening to? I also realize that you're not seeing... I don't think you're seeing the feed properly from the... Yeah, okay, you're seeing the pie. You're not seeing this. Yeah, that actually managed to transmit a packet. I don't know how it did that. You heard it when the radio was not plugged in. What sort of sorcery is this? I kid you not. The radio was not plugged in, and it decoded. The radio is plugged in, and it's not decoding. Are you, like, listening to a microphone? Oh, hold on. I needed to turn up the volume. Let me turn the squelch off. It's... My god, it might have actually received that packet just because it was unterminated. RF is absolutely magical. You'd be shocked what will work as an antenna. Won't be a good antenna, but it will work. Okay, so I just saw the radio light up. Alright, I think you're going to have the squelch open. I suspect so, anyway. Alright, let's see if we can bleep that packet out. No! Of course not. That would be too easy. Alright, let me get the other radio so I can hear it while it... The joy of having a lot of handheld radios is you can debug it when it goes bananas. Alright. So, is a packet actually coming out? Yes, a packet's coming out, and then it decodes it. Let me try that again. Okay, that is actually decoding. It's not decoding every time, but I mean, A, it's a Baofeng, It's a Baofeng with its receiving antenna in kind of a shitty position, actually. So let me put you back on Squelch 1, and let me see if you'll just hear it this time. Like, do I have to do anything special? Nope, that time it just heard it. Okay, cool. So it basically... and also, it's got this warning like this. Testing... experimental station. And I want to change the flag on it because it's saying it's X Aster and it's not. I just don't remember what the little flags are. I believe there's something in here with all the little flags in it. Yeah, this thing. Alright, so what icon should this be using? I have absolutely no idea. Because there isn't really a good one for, like, automated beacon. Because this is the icon that other hams would see it as. I could put the classic Mac apple on it. Like, I'm a little tempted to actually do that because I think it would be funny. Yeah, so if I wanted to put the classic Apple one, so it's /M as the frame. I believe that's the one I have to replace to make it do that. So, KDT, so if I did this correctly, let's go look at not incoming data. Last stations. This is probably about to get a Mac Apple. Assuming it decoded. Okay, so it didn't seem to decode that time. Yep, that time it got a Mac Apple. So it's not... These Baofengs suck for decode. They really just don't do... With the PTT switch, I could leave the squelch open, and I think if I leave the squelch open, it will hear it reliably. It just... That do bad things to its battery life. Like, yeah, let me see if it hears it this time. Like, does it hear it? No, see, it doesn't actually hear it that time. It just... You know what, this may... Oh, hold on. This probably... Hold on. This function can fail, and maybe it is. Yeah, see, that time it heard 6. So I think that function may be failing. Because, like, let me do this. Let me do print ln. Okay. Yeah. I'm going to get a better radio. I think I'm going to be using the base station I'm definitely going to be using the base station in the car. I think I just got to buy another base and suck it up. Um, I bought a signal leak for the Baofeng, and I feel like I kind of wasted money on that. It hasn't arrived yet. But technically speaking, I could use any other handheld, and it would be better as long as it was a Kingston port. But I am a little bit worried that... Oh, it actually shouldn't matter because the signal link would have a TRSS cable on it, and that's actually what I have on the rig. Well, you know what? I'm going to see here if when it comes. And then maybe I'll be able to figure it out. But it's completely possible we're not transmitting the frame because I have been doing a fair number of tests with this. Let's see here. Rust result. So how do you evaluate result? Actually, you know what? Hold on. I can just look at the Raspberry Pi and I can see if it's actually bleeping packets out. Because it'll be there in the log if it's letting packets go out. Yeah, it's only hearing about every other one. That's really depressing. The problem is I don't even have a way to power a second base, so I think I just need to get a non-shit handheld. The problem is that is getting one in time. The thing is I've had these Baofengs for a long time. They've been sitting in my box for ages because it really never occurred to me to do a whole lot of loopback stuff or local APRS development. The coding's right here. I mean, I have it up on GitHub, but it's in a private repo for the moment. I could make it public. I kind of actually want to work on this project as is and then let others poke at it with time. So how would I make it that this would beacon every... Like, there's got to be a better symbol than that. I mean, some of these symbols are ancient, like differential GPS. There's no even canonical meaning of what half of these are. Well, you know, I might as well leave it on that for the time being, just for the shits and giggles factor, because it will show up. I mean, let's send frame unwrap. I need to set a route if I want it to be heard to anything. I think I just want to route it. If I was to have it actually beacon, I would want this to go every 30 minutes. Like, I would need to do this asynchronously to basically handle it, but... Alright, let me comment out this code. So, I mean, I could basically do, puts the current thread to sleep. So I need from standard, I would need thread and time. While let OK frame okay, so that beacon frame, and then I want to thread sleep time duration from seconds. All right, so let's see if this works. So every 60 seconds, I want to basically blast this. I'm actually going to try running this on the real thing after I'm convinced that I'm happy with it on a test network. So, okay, it's not while results. It's... I think I just do a while. I think I just Control-C it. Yeah, I think that just puts it into an infinite loop. So let beacons to send. We'll let it send 20 beacons. Beacons to send greater than 0. Someone just sent me an email. Okay, yeah, that's out of date. All right, so beacon frame, send frame from seconds. So let's just see if that actually works. Beacon framed. Okay. So that beaconed a frame. So we should hear it once every minute. Assuming it basically all goes as planned. Okay, so... let me change the VNC view. Oh, wow, sorry, I didn't realize it was on the, I didn't have the coding wrong. I had it in the wrong place. All right, let me bring the code up just so you can all see it. I didn't realize it was on the wrong view. Come on, get out of studio mode. Yeah, so I basically just add this loop, which sends the frame, it waits 60 seconds, and then counts down, sending... we'll send 5, actually, just to do a test run. So, with that now set, we go to HDMI. And let me turn on the handheld, because then we can at least hear it, even if it doesn't decode.
Frequency mode.
I've actually had pretty good luck with decoding on these in the past, like, to be perfectly honest. Alright, let's see what we hear. Alright, so no decode. It's got the squelch open. Let me see here. Squelch. Like, with the squelch open, it should be hearing it just fine. Okay, that time it heard it. So, yeah, it's saying that it's... okay, so it's not recognizing this as experimental. Is that not what experimental actually is? Because it decoded as position, Mac APRS, extra, or old version. Because the symbol... that's the symbol that it's using. Yeah, so experimental... frequency in a non-standard value. Okay, so I have the encoding slightly... oh, I see the problem with the encoding. Okay, so it needs to be like this. Okay, so it needs to be like that. APR DAWs. SM. Let me try putting it as the sender as... I'll put it as SM7. Let's see if it changes what the decode works as. There we go. Experimental station. Oh, okay, so this also needs to be uppercase, like that. Okay, so that time I beaconed it and we didn't hear it. So, let me look at the other symbols. APRS software type. I guess I can put S for APRS SI. Web report may contain a single character. Oh, here we go. Here it is. APRS symbol table. With overlay, NWS site, recreational vehicle. What is an NTS station? You know what? I'll broadcast eyeball /E. Because someone should pay attention to this. It is Rust on radio. Eyeball for special live events, experimental. Like, did that do anything on the map? Well, it put an eyeball on the map. I don't know if that's the right thing to do, but eyeball. Uh, let's see here. Rust on RF. Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with doing it. I mean, worst case scenario, someone sends me a message. I think I am claiming to be message capable, but test bench experimental stationed. Yeah, I mean, those are valid decodes. Those are completely valid decodes. I mean, that is working, and now it's beaconing exactly the way I wanted to. Perfect. I want to get a screenshot of this. Screenshot. I hopefully have a way to, take a screenshot. Yes, I do. Alright, I want to stick that on Mastodon. In fact, I'll even stick it. How long have I been live for? I think I've only been live for like 2 hours. 2 hours. 14. Alright, well, that is definite progress. Now, where do I go from here? God, it is disgustingly hot here. One of the big problems I've had with this place historically is the air. I have air conditioning. It's just sorry. I'm copying that screenshot over. I need a better way to do this. Desktop. First Rust APRS. See, like, now it's decoding properly. Like, it's getting every one I send. I beacon 2 frames. I get 2 decode. Oh, we might hear a collision here. So what happened there is it tried to beacon while the Morse code was going, and obviously that ain't gonna work. That was a literal packet collision that we just heard. I do wonder, like, I wonder if I should just try and buy one of those Kenwood handsets, but they go for so much money. Yeah. Let's see here. The problem is I've really got, the problem is that I'm on the top floor apartment, so all the heat gets trapped here. Like, I had a really bad heat stroke. At this point, the year before last year, and last year I made a point not to be here for the summer, but my lease comes up this time of year. So yeah, that is actually working. I am immensely happy with that. I don't know what to do with it next. I really don't. Like, I probably need to be able to receive and transmit at the same time. That's almost certainly the next thing I have to do. So, let me commit. Let me let it run this and let me make sure it exits. But I think that, yeah, I think the next thing I'm going to do is I need to make it run asynchronously so I can receive and transmit at the same time. And I just posted that on Mastodon. What is the weather here right now? Like, I'm actually going to open up weather.com. So it's saying it's 86 here with a high of 92. The living room is pretty close. Is already starting to approach uninhabitable, but I've got some tricks to make it more habitable. First, I'm going to move the air conditioner closer to me because I have a. Unfortunately, for this room, I only have a portable because there's a fire escape. Oh, that's better. That is absolutely a million times better. It's right next to me now, so I'm airing out. I'm also going to go into the other room and cool down for a bit, because I need to think about what we do next. I think I have to make it an actual I need to be able to receive and send at the same time, or at least No, I think I want to just be able to handle threading as I want to handle it as a thread. I think I want to receive thread and I want to send thread. Or do I? So, let me put current milestones. 2024-08-03, successfully sent, received packets to Chromebook. Current to do. All right, and let me bring that up on Streamlabs. Also, I just realized the Chromebook image looks a little bit Urkadork. Okay, so parallels. There we go. Why is that looking weird? Like, did the Chromebook completely forget its resolution again? I think the Chromebook completely forgot its resolution again. Oh, it's because I maximized the window because the bottom of it gets slightly cropped off. Okay, yeah, and then that just completely stopped the way it was supposed to. Like, I could actually beacon this publicly and it would make a frame go out. I'm a little tempted to do that. I haven't decided if I actually want to do that. I'd have to do it on a 30-minute interval, but I could see if it is actually heard by the network. I actually have to think about where we go next, because this is what I want to achieve today, and now it's been achieved. The question is, do I build the application synchronously or asynchronously? The TNC code, I believe, will block, so I probably want to do this in an asynchronous manner, because I also probably want to talk to a database and do possibly other things. So I think building this asynchronously makes sense. I just have to figure out how to do that. Yeah, I think we need to do it. We need to go async here. All right. Let's do a little code refactoring. So here's our test frame. So let's move. Let's add a new function. Send frame or generate test frame. And it's going to return an AX25 frame. I think I don't even need that. I think I can just literally do this, and it will just return it. Expected AX... I think I can do return. Okay, cool. So now we get an AX25 test frame. Then we go to here. Like that. And then that should be valid and then able to decode. Okay, so now I have the frame... Yeah, like that. Okay, cool. So I think I need a structure. See, the TNC needs to basically be a global object. Or, you know what? No, the TNC needs to be something that gets passed around. Alright, so let me keep cleaning up a little bit of this code. So let me put this at the bottom. So here's the async main that was originally, that I was working with a little bit earlier. So we'll instead return async main like this. So now we have an async main function. We have the argument, process exit, send beacons. Does this just work? Because I have this feeling it's not going to. Yeah, no, I didn't think so. All right, so this needs to be basically that, and that goes away. So, okay, so this does this run as an async app now? I don't know if that decoded. Oh yeah, code. I can do that. Sorry. Okay. Come on, change the view. Streamlabs is being stubborn. Okay, so the main changes I made is I put 2KO main. And 2KO is a Rust async library. I declared the main function as async, and I haven't done anything else yet. I was just trying different variants of code. Well, I did move our thing here to generate test frame, because we're going to have to do more with that. Okay, so that should fix that. Alright, so let's see if the next frame decodes. Yep, that one decoded. Okay, so that's working. The problem is that you can't thread sleep here. So we need another function. Let me look at the took.io function. Hold on. What was the last time I recorded my work? All right, so spawn. So okay, so spawning, and so basically we need to create a spawn function. So beacons to send. So async fn transmit frame. Frame is AX25 frame. You don't make a return code. Well, you also need the, hold on, you also need a TNC. So TNC, TNC. Sorry, that's probably really loud. All right, so transmit frame. So now you're going to complain that you're never used. So now you become transmit frame. Generate test frame, and then oh yeah, you also need a TNC. Consider cloning if use of position moved here. Can I clone you? I can clone you. Futures that do nothing. Unused implementer, future that must be used. Okay, so I want to await this. So transmit frame, TNC clone, generate test frame, await. So that did actually transmit something. That did actually transmit something. Okay. So let me make sure the second one actually goes, because that'll tell me that it actually came back from async land. Can you guys still not see the adder? Is like my view that badly out of date that I'm thinking you're seeing the adder and you're not seeing it? Okay, adder is there. Alright, so let's wait for the second one. Okay, so what I want to be able to do... So I gotta figure out how I want to do this. So I think we need to just start a new beacon thread, which then just runs this. Yeah, okay, so that's basically working the way I want it to. Let me turn on, I'm going to leave the Morris beacon on because that's an insurance that I'm operating legally. Just in case I somehow send garbage frames, the fact that I'm sending my thing by Morris helps. So let me go back to the Tokeno documentation. So these sockets are accepted in a loop. Okay, so that's not what I actually want. I want to spawn something. Because we actually need to start a new task. Because the task is mostly going to sleep. Okay, so apparently what I can do now is task. All right, this needs to be cleaned up a little bit. So theoretically, that's valid. Async blank may outlive, but borrows beacons to send. Okay, so that's fine. That has to be part of the block, so be it. It borrows T and C. Okay, so you probably actually need to be a function. Yeah, you probably have to be a function. So, async FM beacon thread. Okay, I think we're good to go. Let's see here. All right, that beaconed. So now can I now launch like a receive thread? This might have to be... I think this is a blocking one. Because, I think... Yeah, so I think we have to spawn blocking. Or, you know what? Hold on. I think I can put await. Hold on. How did I do it up here? Generate test frame await. Or a transmit frame await. Yeah, actually, I think this is... I think I just have to do spawn blocking. So you're going to start the receive thread, which would help if I could really spell. And you're going to just get a clone of the TNC. So the question now becomes... Why does it want curly? Where is it missing? Oh, it's up here. It's missing one. Still 2 errors. Alright, so how do you do a blocking spawn? Send bound. Alright. Join handle, async. The caller may obtain. Okay, so spawn, do work, return, await, unwrap. So hold on. I think what I can do is we go here. We try and receive. Await and then unwrap. Right, but you don't support future, so you can't do that. Alright, so what it's telling me to do is I should use a channel. Alright, so let me do task. Let me do it right here when it needs to unwrap. So this needs to become its own, okay, so move for task, TX blocking send, unwrap. Okay, so let frame be. And then we close bracket here. Okay, so that's valid. So now that can now just wait for the frame to come in. I have this feeling this is not going to work the way I think it's going to work. Because I think it's going to just basically sit there. But you know what? There's got to be a sleep command in... So how do I use this? So I can sleep, timer elapsed. I think I just need to use the... Okay, 80... Alright, so, right, I have to finish this function, but let me just see if the rest of this actually compiles. Okay, that worked. That was not what I was trying to do, chat, but that did work. Okay, so this now tries to receive a frame. Spawns. Alright, this needs... Okay, so this needs an await. So I'm curious, can I just do, like, this? Bear with me, chat. I am learning. I'm trying to look at the example code because I had that working properly and then... Like, why doesn't it see this? Unresolved import. But when I try and build it, it's fine? No, okay. Oh, apparently this is it's related to the version of time that your package is using. Nope, that's fine. No offset date time, like, that's supposed to be there. I'm probably doing something wrong. I am deeply confused. Alright, let me just get rid of that, and we'll just see if it even gets there, because at this point, like, whatever. So that time it beaconed once. It awaited. Okay, so that didn't quite work the way I wanted it to. Okay, so you accept main loop process await. Oh, I see. Okay, hold on. So I need to do await. Oh, I think I see what I have to do. So I have to do async move await. Yeah, okay, so because I basically need to await for it to do its thing and then come back. So is that unclosed dealing? Okay, so loop. All right, is that okay? It does not like that. Use of use of moved value here. Value moved in previous iteration. Can I pass TNC and have it come back? Like, are you okay with that? Right, so the value moves and then... Oh, you know what? I think I just have to send the TNC back. Alright, so I think... Right, so if I clone it once per loop run, it should be fine, because it... Yeah, okay, that seems to be happy. Any code following this expression is unreachable. Yeah, okay, because... Yeah, you're going to loop forever. Oh! That didn't work! That didn't work. So await. So let me look at the spawning stuff. So loop, accept, await, unwrap. What are we doing down here? We are awaiting. Okay, so we process here, read frame, await, got response, write frame, blah 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 blah. Okay, so that's how you do it. Right, so process socket. Uh. So how does this TNC incoming thing work? Because I think that's where the I need to understand how you actually how the frames. I'm assuming that's a blocking API. I could be wrong here, so let me take a look here. Because there is a receive frame function. All right, open TNC, receive frame. Yeah, that looks just blocking. That looks completely blocking. It runs receive frame and then just completely blocks. Yeah. Shut down timeout. Spawn moving threads when they're requested to the upper limit configure the builder reacher. Inventory large. If you want to spawn ordinary thread, should use thread. If you want to spawn an ordinary thread, you should use the thread spawn instead. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. So let me try that. So if we want to just do thread spawn. Or maybe not. My brain is hurting. Like, you know, if I can do this all on threads, why shouldn't I do this all on threads? Like, an async thread might not be bad, but I could do... I think I can start async within threads, because this basically are all things that need to run independently. I don't know, chat. Honestly, considering that everything is probably blocking here, including sending and not, I'm inclined to actually just make it all flipping synchronous and not try and make it async. Is that going to bite me in the ass later if I do that, though? I mean, because async is basically the new current hotness. I'm just an old school programmer. Yeah, I don't think I need to do so either. I'm currently mentally wrestling with myself if I actually need to go through all the hassle of making this asynchronous await. Because I could technically just do this on threads and call it a day, and I'd probably save a lot of sanity doing that. Because then I can sleep on the thread. I don't want to sleep on the thread. I just realized I don't want to sleep on the thread. There's a smart beaconing API in... Chad, I actually have to think about this one. Do I want this beaconing instead of X-Aster? Because if I do that, then I need to fucking pull in the GPS data myself. I could let Direwolf beacon for me. Chad, I'm going to take a 5 minute... I'm going to take a bit of a break because I have to think about this. So technically speaking, let me see if I can get something to actually sleep and just wake up. Like, can I get that to work the way I want to do? So this starts the beacon thread. And this will almost certainly blast it really, really loud. Beacon thread. Interval. Create a new interval. That interval complete text immediately. Okay, so Tukio has an interval thing. So how does this work? So apparently, so let me just comment all this out so we're not like, I don't know, blasting code out, which I don't want to be doing. I'm getting pretty close to my limit, chat, so, alright. Alright, so, we need time interval, or, use... Alright, so that's not waiting 60 seconds. Interval tick, await. Task spawn. I am... For interval tick await... Oh, okay, hold on. So... Interval tick await... What happens if I try that on the main thread? I think... Yeah, I think I'm at my limit. Oh, wait, okay, so this is that actually going to wait 60 seconds? Because if that actually waits 60 seconds, then at least I've made it do something. Coming up on 3 hours and 50. Also, Racking Club, thank you for the membership. Really goes a long way. But yeah, I had the thought is that this could end up, technically speaking, a TNC is a full duplex connection. I don't have the hardware to do it. Yeah. I don't need the extra binding. It didn't work with the extra binding, so it did actually sleep. So if we now do a thing, and we just transmit test frame from here. I think you do need the extra binding because it will calculate that at runtime, the compile time. All right, so that's a beacon, and there's a decode. So do we hear another beacon in a minute? Oh, I forgot to print out the timestamp. All right, hold on. Okay, and there's the decode. So the question is, how do I deal with the receive thread considering it's blocking? Okay, cool. So that's actually going to work from the main thing, because now this interval is going to basically dictate dictate how that's going to work. So I think the only thing I need to do is I need to change the message just to say I'm not message capable. And then, because I could realistically try and put this out on, I mean, at this point, I should be able to transmit this and have it heard. It probably, no, I probably need to put a path on it. Or no, I think I need it, if I leave it blank, it should still be heard. It just won't get digipeated. And that was, again, what you hear is called packet collision. Okay, well, that's progress. Now what? Like, how do we deal with a blocking task? So that was the Chromebook transmitting. So I guess maybe what I should do is spawn my own dedicated thread that has a connection to the TNC, and then just reads from it. But would that block the socket? I'm currently looking at various example code just to get an idea of what's going on. Spawn blocking, async move. Okay, so apparently if we just want to be able to receive stuff as well. Okay, so I think I need an older version of this code. I'll log into GitHub. Okay, so if I want to interval tick await, spawn beacon await, spawn blocking, let me try something. So move you should not return async move block from the spawn block enclosure. You should use task spawn for taste similar, but you want to run async code. So do something blocking. So the blocking thing I would want to do is TNC receive, or it's here. T receive Okay, so I guess I do need an incoming. I really would like to be able to send and receive frames at the same time. So the old code was this. Okay, so is that code actually valid? Closing diameter, blah, 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 blah. So if we want to spawn a blocking task where it's listening to the radio, move handle. Spawn blocking. Why is it not happy? Oh, okay, because it needs an hour bracket. So how's it? I want to figure out how that time thing is being handled, because like I had this working. Let me look at my initial commit. Yeah, it says use time. And then it complains about that. I'm going to have to figure that one out later. Unless... Okay, so why can't you compile now? Borrowed value of TNC. So you need T because you need a clone. And then you're going to get upset there. So, I don't think I need to do that. I think I can do this up here. Because it's going to be task blocking. Okay, so you are now happy, satisfied, so that's satisfied. That's satisfied, so I can close that loop. Why did it transmit the beacon twice? Alright, so the question is, now if I transmit a frame, does it decode? Oh, chat. Wow, that actually worked. I don't know why it's doing everything twice, but that is actually working. Is it because the TNC's been cloned? Okay, that's kind of working. I'm confused. So, okay, hold on. Let me transmit another one. Does it still decode? It does still decode. So now, and then there's a beacon coming out of it. So why is it now printing the frame? That's okay. That's why it's printing the frame out twice. Because I'm a super genius. All right, so that's transmitting beacon. So you need to be up here and await because the way the loop works. So now you should be able to send and receive. Yeah, check that out, chat. That is actual working sending and receiving. I'm going to let it sit here for a bit and make sure it actually keeps working. But that's awesome. Like, I am actually really pleased as punch with that because that means I can now transmit, receive, and I have it all threaded and done correctly. But it's like making sure it doesn't blow up. My rough thought right now, I need to decide what comes next. Like, am I actually going to try broadcasting this on 144.39? Yeah, that seems to be absolutely... The only thing I would have to do is remove the megahertz because Rust on RF experimenting testing station. I just need to change it to message incapable, and I should be good to actually put it on the air. Now let me think about this before I flip the switch. Because I think experimental Rust beacon is something to be done soon. I just don't know if I'm ready to do it now, but I'd also be interested to see how stable this actually is. Although I probably should have it running on the Pi. You know, I just realized because it's running on the MacBook Pro, the Mac icon's appropriate. Yeah, I think I gotta change the message. So we'll come back. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, then I'm going to get ready to put it on 144.39, and then we'll probably wrap it up for the day. That is a good feeling, chat. Like, getting it to talk to GPSD might be the next thing we do. I think a lot of code cleanup is actually, though, what's going to be coming next. Because, like, that is an absolute freaking powerhouse of a win. Now the question is, what is the YouTube video going to be titled when I get around to it? So the Chromebook should transmit automatically. Right now, I'm just kind of letting it run and see what happens. Per APRS, network regulations may not be the word to actually use here, but close enough. 30 minutes is what is acceptable. I do actually want to switch this from eyeball back to Mac. Let's change the message. So I will take it up this. Okay, custom Rust APRS app on Apple MacBook. Testing experimental station. Message KD2GRT. If for questions. Alright, so does that work? Oh, and I also just need to change the is APRS capable, message capable bit, because this station is not. It's not Mike E. It's course and speed, timestamps, position ambiguity. One of the big things is I want to be able to set the system clock from APRS, and that is almost useful enough to be an application in and of itself. Weather reports, telemetry data, objects. This is a long PDF. Position reports, course and speed, time and formats. Here it is. Type data identifier. Okay. Type 1, type ID, byte. Position without timestamp. Positioning with no APRS messaging. So the first message has to be, so it has to be an asterisk or a exclamation point from message 1. So what do you hear now? Well, it just became a Mac over here, which is exactly what I want, because this is actually a MacBook Pro that's sending APRS packets. Okay. Positional, APRS. It's not broadcasting a frequency, and it's basically saying, yeah, it's over there. So yeah, I believe now I'm properly saying that I am not APRS message capable anymore. There is the invalid or test data, but this is actually valid data. I will probably have to do try catch on it. It's just, we're not there yet. Oh, I am as pleased as punch that is working. Okay, so what do I want to do on the next stream? Okay, so current to do. Because ultimately what I want to do is implement, you know what? Error handling. That's an important one. That's a real important one. Like, I don't know what happens if the pie goes away. I'll probably run this out as something that restarts it. I also want like a message log. I'm assuming I'm going to log it all to SQLite. I am really quite dreadful at web interfaces, but I could try. Like, I am really bad at web interfaces, but maybe we will try. Okay, hold on. I think I just want to change the message slightly. Okay, cool. That sounds good. I'm a little worried the frame is a bit long, but I think it'll be fine. I hope it'll be fine. I sort of hope it'll be fine. I tentatively question if it'll be fine. I don't know. It's complicated. I gotta think about it. But definitely a lot more code cleanup has to happen. Because ultimately speaking, putting the APRS beacon out is easy, and being able to send receive messages and put it in a database or some other form where I can actually see and or interact with it would be nice. Yeah, because like one of the nice things about doing this in Rust is if I want to query a Bluetooth low power device, this is a lot easier. Because my car has a CAN bus on it, which means I can get speed info out of it easily. God, talk about imagine having your own Rust code reading data from the CAN bus to get out a speeding ticket. Because I have gotten some very questionable speeding tickets when I've been in back roads, and I find it amusing that I could probably prove to the satisfaction of a court that I was not speeding. Although it tends to be something of a Pyrrhic victory, because by the time you spend the time to do so, it's often less than what the ticket is. The dash issues have been fixed. The dash issues got fixed in Oregon. The plastics got pulled. The capacitor got replaced. I was very thankful to have help for that. I mean, yeah, custom APRS app works fine. So I guess the last thing I'm going to do here is let me Control-C that. Let's change it to a 30-minute beaconing period. Actually, let me change it to a 30-minute. So 60 times 30. I probably should like tag this, and you know what, maybe I will. Okay, cargo. Let me put it on the actual APRS frequency. Let's see if it actually gets heard and received by the real network. All right, so now we're back on the main frequency. All right, I just saw the red light on the radio go on. So does it start decoding? Hey, Chad, it was heard. It was actually heard. Okay, that is actual progress because that's going to, yeah, that'll beacon outward. It will, as it gets heard. Yeah, because my main beacon should still be up. So if someone wants to send me packet mail, or, well, not packet mail, but if they want to send me message, they can. I probably should take wide 22 out because it really doesn't need to be there. But we'll deal with that later. All right. That is cool. We are actually being heard on the freaking radio. With the little Mac icon as well. I mean, I could actually bring up the actual Mac APRS, and I probably will at some point. But I think it's kind of cool because, I mean, it is a MacBook Pro. It's not running X-Aster. It's running a native Mac APRS application, in which there's none left. You know what? I wonder... Oh, wow. I just looked at Mac APRS, and their demo map is actually New Jersey. A few of these stations I think I've actually heard. So yeah, it is decoding and hearing packets just fine. It may or may not blow up at some point, but I mean, it is now processing live data. With APRS, no. There is nothing I can do to prevent packet collision with APRS. The protocol is simply not that smart. In practice, with APRS we have a term. There's a term for it. It's called the Aloha Horizon. It's roughly speaking the maximum. It's how many clients a network can have active before it all goes to shit, and it's about 60. Some areas have really bad packet collision issues on APRS, to the point that they use secondary bands. The New York area is not one of those. I might have this problem in Oregon, but beaconing once every 30 minutes for a stationary station, a fixed station is the word I'm looking for, is what the specification says, and I want to actually see how the code runs in real world conditions. Plus, at some point, I'm going to have to write all the database code that I want for making analytics and statistics. I am legitimately happy with this. I mean, I know I'm using the Mac Apple symbol of APRS, and it does amuse me to some degree. So, okay. Am I going to hear packets from this on the Pi? Like, will this show up? And the reason I asked that, let me put it Pi version up. There's Pi Vision. I'm not routing the packet. I'm only asking it to go direct. So I don't hear the loop back. I don't know if if this will actually hear. Yeah, I don't think I will hear myself. Let me see if it knows. Let me turn the map off. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. So the Pi will not hear the 15 station because it would be on here on the map. Oh, someone's been driving. That's a track. We must have heard that one earlier. Oh yeah, look, that's someone who's actually. You know, look, chat. We literally were tracking their GPS coordinates in the background to an extent. I was hearing this one in the back, in the roundabouts here. What else have we been hearing? Yeah, like, we've definitely been hearing a few stations tracking by from time to time. Because that's the Garden State. Yeah, that's the Garden State right there, and this is the car we were hearing it on. So I go down. Yep, there it is. You can actually see it. All the packets we received from this station until it moved out of range right here. Either it wasn't being digipeated. What were you sending your station ID as? Yeah, you were not asking to be digipeated. You were literally... Wow, I actually heard that far. That's a little surprising if I'm actually hearing that far. Because I'm here. Well, more realistically, I'm actually up here where the actual KD2JRT marker is. Actually, no, I could definitely see that. Let's see here. Measure. How far is that? 43 kilometers. Yeah, that's actually reasonable for me to have heard directly, surprisingly. Because a lot of that's over water. So if the angle was just right, I could have heard that. And you can see a bunch of other tracks all throughout the area. Just from the ongoing tracking it's been doing. Oh, is it not showing Pi Vision? Yeah, no, it's showing Pi Vision. I kind of want to wait until it gets to the next transmission it does, which I just realized I put the other radio on to the thing. I didn't put a timestamp of when I started this, but yeah, I'm walking away happy from this. I think I need to invest in some better radios, though. I think I need a VHF base. Whether I'll get that before I leave, I don't know. I really hope the signal link I got, because I did request it for it to be configured for a Baofeng radio, but I'm also using the same type of connector on both the Baofeng and on the base I currently have. So hopefully it's not problem. in real world? Question mark? Alright, let me let it run for a bit longer. Like, how long ago did it hear the beacon? Okay, so it heard it 10 minutes ago. So in 20 minutes, the beacon goes again. So I want to basically just be watching it until it gets to the next beacon cycle. And what I'll do is I'll put the radio here. I'll take it out.
Menu. Lost. Confirm. 144390.
This Baofeng is fairly deaf. It won't hear much in here. Oh, I take that back. I put it on the other side of the room. It should only hear the bass go off. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Alright, cool. Alright, that is a definite start. So now I want to see if it actually goes off in 20 minutes like it's supposed to, and then I'll wrap up the stream. Alright, so that's not going to work the way I think it's going to work. I think I just have to keep an eye on it and just wait until I see the transmitting message. Okay, no problem. I don't know. I kind of want to take a break. Like I said, this is proving to be quite a nice palate cleanser, but I don't know if I want to do more general things on the channel. I'm kind of seeing how the channel reacts to something that's not Vintage Computer. Like, I'm actually very happy that this has a bit about 40 concurrence, because I have some streams not even managed 10. And, like, I know a lot of channels would be very happy to get 10, but progress. Alright. Oh, that is definitely... That's one of the coolest things I've done in radio. Like, let's be honest, all I'm doing is sending a packet. But it's a packet I coded myself, almost out of ones and zeros. I mean, I could connect this application to the Linux AX25 stack, and it would work. I kind of need to figure out how I want to handle routing, because packet routing is part of how this all handles. Like, I guess part of what I would love to see is more ability to route over RF from point to point than using the internet. I don't know. It's definitely a starting point. Like, I want to build something that works on ham radio, because I gotta be honest, what you can do with a technician license kind of is a bit boring as far as connecting to mesh networks is. Alright. So I just heard that. Like, you really do hear a lot of APRS messages, and... Oh, shoot. That is my radio falling over. I just don't know what the upper limit of packets is. Because the way it basically works is that everyone in the same area be on same frequency, um, for better or worse. And I really don't know what's going on in HF packet spaces. I've heard that Network 105 is a thing, but until I can actually transmit on HF, it's a pipe dream for the moment. And I'm not sure the signal link is actually going to help. Kind of hope it does. I did get a replacement set of power cables. I was going to use them for the car install, but I think I'll use them here for the base setup and put this set in the car, to hook up to the battery. I'm going to have to do a little bit of work on that, but that's definitely um, that's definitely a thing. I think I've run out of conversation. I think we're just going to kind of chill here until we get to the point that it bleeps a packet. And hopefully we hear it, but as long as it actually transmits it, 14 minutes to go. So, alright. Okay. I really, excuse me, chat. I really do think I need to buy a better handheld. I don't know. Let me like. But apparently it also works on a bunch of other radios. Supports B-Tech, Baofeng, TYT, walks on Anytone, Kenwood, and more. So like, if I wanted a handheld radio, what is a Kenwood going to? Ouch. It's $200 for a freaking base radio. Like, I don't know if the new Baofengs are any better or not. These are very old ones. They were from when they first came out on the market about... Actually, these are my original Baofengs, so these are 8 years old at this point. I got these radios when I became a tech. And I had enough fun with them that I basically stayed with it. But I never really got in-depth. But there was a lot of reasons why I never really got in-depth with my license. I don't know. Let me look on eBay. Let me see, like, what ham radio... Wow, really? 75 bucks? That's not bad. Except for the fact that my data cable won't work with this. So, what is the cheapest Kenwood I could actually find? Because if it really is just crappy handheld, which it entirely can be, you know, that's not actually all that bad. Let me see here. What's the, Interesting. Like, some of these are pretty old. Do these only work on, let's see here, Kenwood dual band radio. How much do you want for an old Kenwood 2-band? Kenwood Trio TR 9000, 10 watts, 144 all mode transceiver. Oh, this isn't. This might actually not be a bad buy. Aside from the fact that I need different cables for it. Like, I would definitely need to. Hopefully the signal. Hold on. Like, let me look at the signal link I bought because I'm really now worried. Or not signal link. Easy Digi is what they were called. Easy Digi. Sound card in, plug out, USB sound card in, out. Yeah, because this one talks about using push to talk. I probably can rewire whatever comes here. I do have a soldering iron. Yeah, okay. So the one that I bought... Do not do cat control. Ships within 48 hours. Well, I hope whatever comes I can rewire fairly easily if I end up using it with a different radio. If I can't, then that just kind of sucks. I mean, what else is there? I don't think we've missed the beacon yet. Have we? Let's see here. Alright, so 7 minutes until that beacon comes up. I'm actually going to post this to Reddit. Do I have an easy way of doing that? The picture, yeah, I'm not logged into Reddit on this machine. But, like I said, I am absolutely over the moon with this. Alright. So as soon as we get to the 30-minute mark and I make sure that that actually transmits, then we'll wrap it up for the day. I'm definitely noticing that my view duration, I think, has been going up with my streams over time, which is probably a good thing. Even though I'm pulling in less viewers per stream. I'm definitely getting a lot of traction on some of my older videos, though. Okay. Oh, sorry. The author of Chocolate Doom left a comment on an upcoming video of mine. It's out for members right now. Yes, this is a shameless self promotion moment. Um, I'm gonna have to think real hard. Like, I think if I'm willing to make videos on see, my biggest problem with amateur radio is I wasn't willing to spend a whole lot of money on it. I basically spent enough money that I was happy with it. I never had the opportunity to set up an antenna, so I never really did a permanent antenna. I've done a lot of makeshift ones, and after I got rid of my RAV4, I had absolutely no place to install an antenna. Um, so I'm definitely okay with putting some more money into a station. I just don't like putting money into amateur radio because, in a lot of ways, you'll have a better time if you do, but it always feels like it's against the spirit of the hobby. Then again, I know what it would cost to build some of the higher end rigs from parts from Radio Shack back when Radio Shack involved radio. And it's not that bad, but I mean, realistically speaking, you also can't source things anymore unless you get it all online. Like, for me right now, using pre-built cables saves me a lot of space, time, energy, and consumption. Like, I probably need to get the tools to modify stuff once I'm resettled in on the West Coast, but I don't know if and when that's going to be more permanent. What's interesting is seeing some of the text messages. Like, we're seeing a message here sent by being sent to KD9 PE. Because APRS messages are basically, they're not encrypted. Encryption's not allowed on amateur radio. So why are we seeing a station all the way out here get this? Like, when was the last time this station was seen? So I have absolutely no idea why that message is popping out here, because the last time this station was seen was 40 seconds ago. On the literal East Coast. It's almost like that message should not have been digipeated here. Yeah, because, we're definitely... Oh, I know why. It's because someone in this local area must be using WinLink, because that's the WinLink APRS notification. And because of that, it's trafficking... All the WinLink messages are getting dumped into the local node, because that's kind of how APRS works. Stations are supposed to scale back how many packets they put into the network, and repeaters are free to get rid of repeats, so it all kind of works out. But the system probably could be made more efficient over time. How far are we to the repeat? Okay, so we should hear it in the next. We should see it in the next minute.
Frequency mode.
Alright, let's see here. That wasn't it. Well, that packet's going to cause a lot of noise. We may not get heard by the broader network. Like, we're not guaranteed to be heard. 20 seconds, give or take. 19 Mississippi, 18 Mississippi, 17 Mississippi, 16 Mississippi, 15 Mississippi, 14 Mississippi, 13 Mississippi, 12, 11, 10. Hey, there it was. Transmitting beacon. And it was heard by the network. That is 2 packets blasted out of Rust successfully. Here, let me put that up on the other screen, like so we can actually see the packets. I just realized that none of you were able to see that. Give me a moment. So if we take a look on screen number 2 on APRS FI, let me hit the button. Open screen transition. That's cool. Two positions heard, custom APRS app. Okay, cool. All right. I think that's a good place to good place to wrap this up. So if you enjoyed this content, please like and subscribe. If you really enjoyed this content, consider becoming a member or supporting me on Patreon. Until next time, this is your host, N Commander, signing out and wishing you all a pleasant day. Oh, that is a victory. Catch y'all later.